Alright, we're ready to go. Welcome back to career mode. Oops. As we, I just love this setting, by the way. Like, look at all the water back there. Amazing, views from this area. What's up, Blizzard? How's it going? Also, Steve, how's it going? I think was it a day or two? I streamed the other day, like 2 days ago, I think it was, but... Anyways, Fluffy, I already DM'd you on that. I'm not scared of you. You should be scared of me, because I beat you last time, so... Just saying, you're not gonna intimidate me. I had to make moves. My kicker's injured, so I had to move him to IR, so I had to get a new kicker, so, like, I think that's literally that, and then I picked up another wide receiver, because Gabe Davis is also on IR and out for the season, so I had to drop him, so I had to replace him. So I'm not scared, I'm just replacing the players that are injured. That's not being scared, that's preparing for the week. Just saying. You don't intimidate me. Well, Jake Moody was up there at the top, and, you know, I don't look too in-depth into kickers anyway, so. And he was on the top, so I always remember Jake Moody being a pretty solid kicker too, so. Let's do a different wood texture for this one. See, I don't use this one very often, so let's use this one. Just gonna make it a dark wood color. Highest scoring tight end. I have Sam Laporta. Show us your favorite coaster you've built so far and a POV. Probably the best coaster I've built so far. Probably not in this one, but in this, I'm pretty proud of how this floorless coaster turned out. Just kind of threw it together, but I'm trying to get a high prestige rating so I can get platinum on this on this level. But let's go ahead and take a ride. I've been working on my smoothing skills on I have a new smoothing method. It's different. I worked on it for hours last night. So this is kind of the first time I'm showcasing it on the channel. Let's go front bumper here. Get rid of the UI. And let's take a ride on wooden timbers, because I couldn't think of a name. Anyways, thank you guys so much for tuning in on the stream. I know it was a unscheduled stream a little bit, but I appreciate you guys being here. Make sure you subscribe, like the stream, whatever it, you know, helps support us over here on the channel. So we do a lot of Planet Coaster 2 stuff. In fact, that's all we've been doing lately. So much trouble trying to get going on my builds. There's only like 4 themes. Everyone in the community has already made so much stuff. I mean, even with the new theme, just the new themes that we have, you can create like other themes using those pieces if you get a little bit creative. But you can see I got a new method of how to do heart lining, and it's completely different from what other people have ever done before. It's still kind of a work in progress, but I think it might be the way to go. I'm gonna reveal it once I've got it a little bit more perfected. Hey, it's raining now. Like, this little corkscrew was kind of awkward, but it is pretty smooth for the most part. It's not my best work, but the brake, this little turn's a little tight and the brake run's a little short, but I was working with what I had here. Again, I do kind of play a little more casually when I'm in these career modes. Doing great tonight. Thanks so much for being here, Primal Gamer. But yeah, I literally spent all night last night trying to get a new smoothing method going because I was struggling because I hadn't really messed with the coaster builder as much as I want to. So the theme, wooden steel. So anyways, my idea with this park is, well, this park is a natural, environmentally friendly park. Is what it's supposed to be. So we have like a lot of solar panels, and that's why, or at least that's the storyline of this career mode, or this campaign. So it has you build a wood coaster, but I decided to build a, I gave it some natural colors because of that reason, and then of course I called it steel timbers because I don't know why. It's just what I went with. So we're going to build a station for it now. Call it Thunder Nation. Reminds me of Green Lantern. Yeah, a little bit. Except for the brown supports. Yeah, I have some brown supports on here. I don't know what this element is. It's kind of like a 0G roll, except it's kind of awkward. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, I got a new method. Let me know if you guys want to see my new method in a video, potentially, on how I smooth my coasters now. I'm still kind of perfecting it and still kind of working on it a little bit, but you can kind of see it a little bit here. It's kind of, I think I'm going a little bit too much on the heart lining, but I'm trying to find that sweet spot still. As you can see right here, I kind of overdo it. It kind of goes a little bit too far over to the right, I think, here. But we're still trying to work out that a bit. So when I got a little bit further into some spots, maybe I need to use shorter pieces too, is probably another thing. But anyways, this new heart lining method actually really surprised me, especially with the smoothing in Planet Coaster 2. Would it work in Planet Coaster 1? Probably not. So that's actually something very interesting to note. Oh, also, I am using mods for the first time on screen. So one of the new mods that I have, it gets rid of the ugly looking entrance and exit gates, so you can make them blank. They're invisible. That is a nice mod to have if you're like me and absolutely hate those entrance and exit gates, because I don't like them. They're kind of look too sci-fi for me, and you can't really theme them. You have to cover them up. So the only downside is there's no gate here now, but you could easily make your own gate if you're smart enough. And the other mod that I have is one that everyone knew was kind of coming, right? I feel like would be one of the mods, is actually it's not unlimited, but expanded on the scaling tools. So instead of like going like 200%, we can go all the way up to 600% with this, and also all the way down to 10% on scaling. So it's a scaling mod that allows you to do a lot more scaling. Like I could make this 600%, which is just crazy and really useful if you want to go just that little extra bit. I mean, look how big this is now. You can all the way to 10% too. Look how tiny you can make your pieces now. You can make really small pieces. So I think this is the best mod so far, the best big mod so far. I heard it looked like they were, from what I saw, were working on a new mod for interchangeable coaster trains, but apparently Planet Coaster is already, Frontier's already working on getting that into the game already. So I hear they're going to wait until that comes out, and then they're going to have kind of like Planet Coaster 1, where we can change all the trains with any of the tracks. But they're waiting until, I think that mod's going to wait until we actually get interchangeable coaster cars in the game. So we're going to have to wait a little bit longer on that. but I don't think that's a huge deal or anything. Because you just gotta be a little patient, but that's definitely the feature that I'm missing the most from Planet Coaster 1 is being able to interchange your coaster trains. I keep forgetting that there's not a point for this these pieces don't have a regular straight piece for some reason. I keep forgetting about that, which makes me wonder, why do we have these pieces? I mean, you can make them like that, but you still can't fill those in. There's gotta be a piece for that, right? How is there no piece for that? Is it I guess you have to have them all together. I suppose, I don't know. Square stamp tool for queue lines. I don't know if it'll be a stamp tool, but I would definitely like at least square edges. That's all they would need to do for me is have an option for square edges for when you're doing your queues. I don't think you necessarily need a complete stamp tool, because I don't know if they could get that to work properly with queue lines. I mean, they probably could if they really thought about it, but... Let's do something a little more modern, I guess. We're gonna go with a little bit of a modern look for here. Kind of a modern station. It's very shiny, by the way, as it's raining. Alright, and then we gotta find a wall set that has all of the, all these pieces with it. See if there's any wood ones. Modern wood would probably have it, yep. Does the current wood pieces that we have them? No. I wish they would give all the pieces for all of the textures. Something I kind of want to see. Alright, so that's that. But we have to get our prestige rating up for all of our rides that way, and by doing that you need more scenery around them. So adding stations and different scenery around them is going to help with that overall, so that's what we're going to focus on here. So we can get the prestige up, and also we need unique attractions, which means we need to add more. Alright, I think what we're going to do is add a flat roof here. That way it's not like a big hole in the ceiling. Typically I would do my generic stations have like, I do usually have like skeleton pieces and stuff like that, but did it separate these two pieces? It separated these. How do you do that? Why did you separate it? Oh, you silly goose. It is kind of awkward how I used two separate texture pieces here, but I didn't have anything for that roof, so... That wood piece does not have that roof structure that you can use, so... Now, another thing to note is for, say, this piece is really useful. If you change it all to the same color, it gets rid of the flowers. So if you don't want the flowers and you just kind of want a nice little post here, just get rid of them like that. It's very, very useful. So I've used that in a few of my builds here. So let's keep that going. Let's go ahead and place these all along the side here. Potato. And I do want to test something out here that might be pretty cool. I got an idea from after I have the little invisible gate mod and creating my own animated exit gate. Now that we have those animated pieces that allow us to animate different stuff in the game, we can animate any non-gridded piece. Not even gridded piece. We can animate like animatronics and animate anything. Like, that's what really intrigues me about this game so far, is just being able to animate stuff. So I can't wait till we get a lot of the features that we had in Planet Coaster 1 back. That way, like, it's just insane. But we'll have to wait on that for now. We have a hotfix. If you guys didn't know, there is an update coming tomorrow. It's Hotfix 2, which is going to fix a lot of bugs. I think one of the bugs that they're looking at, I think it's supposed to kind of help with your guests riding rides, so that more guests will ride your rides. I don't think it's a permanent fix, but it is going to help with the guests riding rides more often. Or, you have the issue. They'll be willing, what they did is they made it to where guests will be more willing to wait for longer queue times. So with the queue time glitch, I don't think they have completely fixed that yet, and they're still trying to figure that out, where it shows that a ride has a long queue time even though it doesn't. I think they're still working on getting that fixed. They haven't figured it out just yet. I don't think they figured that out because they're it kind of seems like a work around it, until they figure it out. So hopefully they're hard at work trying to get that glitch figured out, because it is kind of annoying how the guests do not want to ride your rides because they think the queue line time is long when it really isn't, I have faith that they're working on it, trying to get it done, trying to figure it out, so. Right. Yeah, I just want them to add a square edge for queues. That's all I want them to do. Like I said, but we can still make them. It's just a little bit more of a hassle, and I don't want them to get rid of what we do have, because it is still it is pretty powerful what we have to work with right now. Where are you going? Where's that ride attendant going? I'm gonna hire another ride attendant, because we can't have the ride stopping because you don't want to work. Someone on their way? Someone is on their way. Where are they at? Oh my gosh, they are way over here, stuck in traffic, so we're gonna move them up here. You get in there. Before the queue line turns around. I don't want the queue line turning around. Because after a while, they'll stop waiting. Security packed. Oh yeah, get some security guards to come back. That'd be great. They already said it's getting fixed Thursday. So yeah, it's not getting... Guests will be riding, but I don't think they fixed the queue line thing, because it said they'll be willing to wait longer. More guests will be willing to wait longer. So it will allow them to start getting in lines, but the glitch is it will show like a 90-minute wait when there's no one in line. So the way they worded it tells me that they haven't figured it out yet, but in the meantime, they're going to have guests be more willing to wait in longer lines. That way, they'll still enter the queue, even though they think it has a long wait time when it actually doesn't. So Hey, J Trains, what's up? Welcome. How are you this wonderful evening? I'm just trying to extend the operator booth a little bit here. Is the purpose of that. Now we do need to add some lights, some lighting in here, because it's a little dark. We can't have it dark in here. Just gonna put some lamps on these posts. If it will actually register that I'm clicking it down. I feel like this should have come out in December for Christmas. Well, I mean, they always have their games always come out in November. That way they have it ready for like Black Friday, and you know, it is basically the Christmas shopping season already, so always love the sunsets in this game. They look absolutely stunning. Alright, I do have all these wooden planks saved in my favorites. Why did we exit? What is going on? What is going on here? Why isn't it clicking on this? What is happening here? And the game crashed. Great. Trying to click. I can't type. Trying to click on a scenery piece. Oh, I think we just autosaved before that, so I think we're okay. So hang tight, we gotta relaunch the game. Darkness. Anytime like something funky like that happens, it usually something crashes, so I'm trying to do my my job and report what I was doing, and I literally just said trying to click on a scenery piece. Like you know. Alright, we're back. Alright, let's continue. It should be the last autosave, I think. Unless continue means the last manual save I did, but... Alright, there we go. Thankfully, it just autosaved. I remember seeing the autosave icon, so I was like, sweet. A weird one where multiple UI menus were overlapping on one another. Click this, and it crashed. I haven't gotten too many crashes lately. That's my first one in a while. But we broke it. And it's always like bizarre crashes too. Kind of like, I don't know what really caused it. The game just kind of decided not to work anymore. Like, it's like little weird things like that. I can't click on anything, and then it just kind of goes kaput out of nowhere. With no rhyme or reason. So, I did work on quite a bit of Midwest Adventure lately, so we might go in there so I can show you guys the updates I've done in that here soon. I mean, if anyone's interested in it. I love this time of the day in Planet Coaster 2 with the colors and the sunset. Oh, look at the water too. Absolutely stunning visuals in this game. For anyone saying that this looks like Planet Coaster 1, I don't know what on earth you're... Like, this is night and day. Literally. Like, look at that view. It's absolutely gorgeous. I love... absolutely love the sunsets in the game. They look so pretty. You get a coaster next to that sunset. And look at the water. It's just absolutely amazing. Alright, anyways. We should, while we're doing this, get some nice lighting packages for our B&M here. Our floorless coaster. Give it some nice greens. Change the color of the wrong color thing. I'll wait till it gets like much darker to really see a lot of these, but they are lighting up, so I feel like this one is a lot more effective than it was in Planet Coaster 1. Like it really brightens it up a lot more than it used to. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-ba. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, can't wait till the December update when we don't have to re-click on the colors again. That's the one thing that's been bugging me with the UI is how it if you do undo, it resets your colors. Very obnoxious. Alright, we're at 3.2. We gotta get to 4.5. We need more unique attractions. Attractions prestige is at 4.0. Could be up. Our park reputation was 5, but now it's down to 4.6. Probably should see what our guests are saying and see what we can do to fix that. This place has great scenery, so obviously we're doing great on scenery. I want to go on Wooden Run. Ooh, so delightful shop. It has drinks I can have. Chief Beef has food that I can have. Litter. A lot of litter. That's where it's at. Okay. Lots of litter. How many janitors do we have? I don't know, but we're gonna hire a handful now of them. Make sure the park's clean. And also look at putting in more bins, because it doesn't look like we have as many as I thought we did. At least over here. Either that or they're overflowing or something. Not entirely sure where. We're having these litter issues. Oh, there's some right there. Over by the Chief Beef, we need to make sure we have plenty of bins over here, because there is a food store. We gotta put them near those food places. This is on a hill, so it's kind of hard to get bins in here. But there are a few spots if we're skillful. That should help. There's not really any bins over here, so. Also have a few park benches added too would be nice. For our guests that are tired. I was hoping those lights would be a little more effective, but upswings in poor condition. Let's go ahead and do a refurbish on it. Always forget bends when building a new section, especially if it's huge and really themed. Yeah, you gotta be sure to do it, otherwise they'll just throw all of their trash everywhere. Servicing overdue. We'll go ahead and refurbish that one as well while we're at it. How's the wood coaster doing? Pretty good, but it needs... How many... You know what? We're just going to add a couple more mechanics. Why not? We got plenty of money right now. That's not really an issue. We got 4 mechanics now after that. Janitors, we got 4. Ride attendants, we got quite a few. Assigned building deleted. Oh, it's because I deleted a coaster. I deleted I had like a little wooden wild mouse, and I replaced it with this, so. Why is this not moving? Has anyone else had this glitch? It's happened sometimes where it just doesn't go. I guess they are waiting for people, but we should probably change minimum load. We're going to do any. They got in and they just left. Why did it kick them off? Alright, the maximum wait. I don't want them waiting more than 60 seconds. Why does it keep kicking people off every time I make a change? That way the second train's not just sitting there. People on it. We don't want that. We do need to light up our park a lot more. It's very dark. Alright, let's see if our park reputation needs to still go up. All this litter around makes me uncomfortable. It went down a little bit, but it's not down yet. There's nothing I can eat here. Everything contains that thing. Which means we probably need to put down a Viva La Vegan. There's also guests are thirsty. We do have a soda lightful. And that's it. So we do need to probably put down another drink stall as well. So we'll do a combo here. Let's do a food and drink stall. Food is going to be Viva La Vegan. That way guests that don't want vegan options can have them. Alright, and then we're also going to do a drink stand. Do Cosmic Count milkshakes, Gulpy soda, Latte Love, Pip Shot. Let's do a Pip Shot juice over here. Perfect. Let's go ahead and get these open so guests can start using them right away. And we're going to move this bin over out of the way as well. And we're going to dress them up a little bit so they look good. I'm going to try and use more wood pieces, mostly because this is trying to fall in line with the story of this particular scenario. Tiny Eye has a service badge that's emergency call for it. Let's go ahead and refurbish the teacups for now, because... Alright, edit building. Let's go ahead and put some shop signs here. They're appropriate signs that match. Got a vegan. Pip Shot juice. Why is our stars going down even further? Unique attractions went down even more, even though nothing's changed. Why would that randomly change? That's kind of weird. Like, my attractions haven't changed. Is it because I just need to add another new ride or something? I'm not sure. It's just kind of strange to me that it would be like, hey, we're gonna lower that. Just kind of strange to me. So we're going for platinum. I want to unlock more of the scenarios. That's my goal. I do think it's kind of interesting that I do think it's kind of cool how the guests now have, like, it matters what kind of shops you have down or what kind of food stands you have down based on their diets that they have. Do you like that little extra management now? So now you have to have vegan options and stuff like that. So Delightful is like a sugar-free cola, which is pretty cool. Let's do. I hope there is extensions to these. Add these. Probably because rides got older. Maybe, but I don't see how that would change the unique attraction side of it, though. I mean, that would make sense for, like, ride reputation. I don't see how that would affect the unique rides. That's two different things. Like, that it affects the getting older is like ride reputation. I click out of that. This is, I'm just like, oh, I'm done. No, wait, I'm gonna do this now. Less interest in it. Well, why did they have interest in it before then? Just seems fishy. See, now it's back up. See, it was 2, now it's 2.3. I haven't changed anything when it came to attractions. Which is weird. I know how to get this up, and I think we're going to do it here in a little bit, and that's going to be adding some water ride elements to the park. So, like, adding pools and stuff, I think would be a good idea, because that will really help with the unique attractions, I think, because those will be completely different from what we have now. So I think it would be very, very nice. Let's go ahead and put some awnings on here. We're going to do a Viva la Vegan. Here. And let's do Pip Shot over here. Which one's the Pip Shot one? Pip Shot. Let's go P. Where's Pip Shot? Looney Balloons. There's Pip Shot. Make these the same height. Alright, that building hopefully will help out with some guest reputation. We are up to 4.7 now. After adding that. So we need to add more unique attractions. That's our lowest stat right now at 2.3, which is awful. But let's be honest. When was there a what was the last game that actually had a solid launch? Ask yourself that. A launch where the game was perfect right out of the gate, probably before internet, before DLC and updates were a thing. That was probably the last time we had a launch that was really good. You know what I'm saying? But at least they're fixing stuff. We get an update tomorrow that fixes a lot of stuff, so at least they're fixing it, okay? I'll at least say that. I'm not trying to create an excuse saying, oh, they should have done a better job before the launch, because they probably should have. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of what you have to expect out of games these days. It's just how it works, how it is these days. Games aren't usually ready for launch when they launch now. Like, that's just the norm at this point. It's upsetting, but it's true. But once this game is where it needs to be, we're gonna be in a good spot. Once they get it there. I know this, like, blueprint's overused, but my gosh, it's probably the best blueprint they have when it comes to, like, a pool, because it includes a slide too. So, you know. All right, we're gonna have to. I wanted to do some, like, water park elements up here, so that's what we're gonna do. All right, we're up to 3.4 now. Let's go ahead and get some of our natural paths. We're just going to use the line builder. That fits this. And work our way up the hill. Since we now own all this land. And this will line us up with some of this stuff. I just noticed that that's raised up for some random reason. But now guests can get to it, so. Which means I probably should put some railings around that, but you know what? It's alright. But this does mean we need to add some guest facilities now. Such as guest service buildings. Like changing rooms and information kiosks, which means we also have to connect the power over here as well. We'll just do like a quick one here. Alright, so facilities, we need a power distributor, which we're gonna hide over here. And connect this with our other ones, which will give us power up on the hill, but we're also gonna need water pumps. And water filters. Please tell me that can reach. No, we're just gonna move the water filter over here. That way, that is for sure good. We can open this now. sure our guest service is open with our changing rooms, and we can dress this up now. Actually enjoying the creations people are making and having the blast with making my dream park. I think it's doing really great. I just can't wait. Can't wait to see where the game will be in a few years. After we get some DLC and more updates. The updates are pumping out. We have our first major update coming out next month. Very excited for that. Which will add slide physics and such like that. I know a lot of people are going to be excited for that. So happy to see that they're at least listening to what the community has to say, and they're at least addressing all these things. You know, a lot of games can't say that, you know. At least Frontier actually listens to the community and makes the necessary changes and are trying to do their best to make it right, since the launch had a lot of mixed reviews. But I think, again, a lot of people's expectations were high. They kind of hyped it up too much, and their expectations were a little bit too high, if you ask me. You have to manage your expectations for this launch, because otherwise, you're gonna disappoint yourself a little bit. Here they come. I don't think people had, like, ridiculous... By no means do I think did people have ridiculous expectations, because I think it makes sense that people would have the expectation that this should be just as big as Planet Coaster 1 with all its updates. Alright, one sec, I gotta go check on something. Alright. Let's get our shop signage in here real quick. Potato. Potato, 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 potato. Need facility signs. That's what we need. Information. Alright, we're up to 3.7 now. We have less than a point to go. Need to give us back the curbs. Give us back the curbs that block guests from walking through scenery. The funny thing is they do have them in the game. They just don't do anything. They are in the game, but for some reason they don't work. So they didn't forget them, but they forgot to make them function the way they're supposed to. However, I've been able to work around it pretty well just by using with the new pathing system. Like if I put down like a centerpiece or something, I just literally just cut out the path underneath it. If I put something in the middle, like you can make it work pretty well, unless you do something like really tiny, but for me, there's still technically kind of a workaround it. You're able to work around it pretty well, so. Well, like I said, they're in the game. Like, if you type K-E-R-B, because that's how they spell them, here they are. They're right here. They just don't work. Like, guests just don't avoid them. Like they're supposed to. Like, if I put it down, they're not going to avoid them. So, I don't know. It needs to be addressed, but they haven't addressed that one yet. I don't think they have the barrier ones, though. But whatever. Hopefully that will be changed. The funny thing is, though, say it's funny, but like, this launch is probably even better than Planet Coaster 1 when it came to like optimization and the amount of things we have in the game. Like, if you're comparing Planet Coaster 2 day 1 from Planet Coaster 1 day 1, Planet Coaster 2 is way far ahead. Because Planet Coaster 1 wasn't perfect either when it launched. They had a lot of stuff they had to fix before it became the game it became in the end. And Planet Coaster 2 will get there too. I believe in it. But I get it. When you have a hugely established game and the new game is missing stuff that was in the first game, people are going to be upset. Like, and when I say that, like, the stuff that's missing is the stuff that was added later on in Planet Coaster 1. Like, it wasn't there at the beginning. So I think these things are going to come. In fact, they've already addressed quite a few of them. These things are going to come that just are going to be later in an update, like they were in Planet Coaster 1. I do, however, think we have a fantastic... they have a fantastic... base game. Like, they have a fantastic foundation. That's the word I was looking for. A fantastic foundation right now for the game to be incredible later down the line. I know that's not what people wanted. People wanted it to be in that position from day one. But with the new stuff... Oh yeah, they said there's stuff that they said they couldn't do, but they ended up doing it, like adjustable heights on tower rides. That was another one. And then they started doing it towards the end, and now we don't have them again. So. And then we don't have glass pieces here in Planet Coaster 2, and now they're addressing that, and that's coming in the December update. They're actually going to add some glass pieces. I don't understand how, like, no one's going into the pool, even though they're all coming here to buy pool passes and stuff. What are all these thoughts processed? Like, I didn't do steel timbers. Why are you up here? I didn't know this was part of that building. Split the building. There we go. We're gonna create a second because there's so many people up here. Maybe it will help with the traffic up here. Another thing is we're going to add benches and bins up here now that we have guests around up here. I mean, there are people up here. Well, not anymore. There were people up here using the pool and stuff, but not anymore. Like, all these people come up here just to not use the pool. I hope they work with the AI later on with how it works, because too many guests don't have proper thoughts sometimes. Alright. right. Let's see. Unique attractions, park reputation. Let's see what our guests are saying again. The litter it's a down, but there's still a lot of people talking about the litter. Nothing I can eat here. Everything contains that thing. Guess service shop looks busy. I'll try somewhere else. That's why I put more than one down there. This place has great scenery. I want to go on Wooden One. I want to go on Monsoon Shoot. People think Monsoon Shoot has a long queue time. I mean, that's not that long. I did have... Heck yeah, 1 minute is a very long queue time. Totally. Like, come on. It's degrading. Let's get this connected, so maybe guests will actually start writing it. Hopefully. I think it's just a 4. No, natural paths, natural paths. We gotta go natural. Intersecting terrain. Oh, there it goes. It went that time. Bum, bum, bum. More benches, too. At least you can place them on somewhat elevated terrain. Bum, 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 dun, dun, dun. No one's wants to ride the cable cars because they don't lead to anything. But now they kind of do. We should probably put like a really good attraction up here. Thinking about putting a blueprint, but that a lot of people will ride. Could build a new coaster. No better way to push that unique rating than with a coaster, you know what I mean? Or we could put down like Kapow Plummet or a Viking slide, my Viking slide complex or something. And that angle snap. This gives them more options for like water rides. All right, it's kind of hard to see here. I gotta place this very perfect. Did that connect? Yeah, kind of connected. Body flume, body flume, body flume. Get those all tested. Maybe it's because I didn't change the price of it. Maybe that's what it is. So now those are open. That got us all the way up to 4.1. Hey, end of day report. Which means it's morning. Oh, I see what happened here. The terrain's uneven. I see. I mean, people are still able to use it, but go try to have all that connected, maybe. Might help a little bit. Trying to blend it up a little bit. As long as they can use it, I'm sure it's fine. Got people going to ride the slides at least, so that's good. We're up to 4.3 now, so that's cool. Unique attractions went all the way up to 4.0. Really, all we have to do is maybe add another ride or so, because everything else is at over 4.5. So all we need is 0.2 more. So really, all we need to do to get that medal is to probably plop down one more unique ride. This added 3 rides, technically, so that's why that helped us so much. Still don't know why no one's riding this, but, you know, whatever. People are still buying it. So. Designing Christmas shops and items. Should wait to upload them in December? Maybe. Alright, one sec. I'll be right back. Alright, I mean, it's up to you if you want to wait till December. It's already kind of Christmas season, according to most people, so you don't really have to wait. Most people start celebrating Christmas on November 1st, for whatever reason. I've never been a big fan of it, personally, but we could add Splintery. Oh, that's past the, the... Rotate it this way. I don't know, would that count as a unique attraction, though? It is a different wooden coaster. Maybe it would push us to that point 2 that we need, though. I just feel like a park like this would have multiple wood coasters. And this is technically a different type of wooden coaster than what we have. We do need to add another distributor up here. What's the scenery rating on this? 0. What do you mean? It's definitely not 0. Maybe it won't give us anything until the path is connected. Am I ready for the hotfix tomorrow? I sure am. I'm excited for it to hopefully be fixed. Oh, I'm excited for all the fixes coming. Scenery rating 7%, huh? That's 7%? Okay. Sure. 4.5, let's go.
An environmentally friendly park. Don't you agree, Adriana?
Yes, I do think the Foundation will be satisfied with the job.
Hey, we did it.
You see? I knew we'd win you over.
I said the Foundation will be happy, Oswald. While it's true the park was a success, I'll reserve my own personal judgment for now.
Of course. Trust takes time to build. Just like a good coaster, we must first lay the foundations for a solid partnership.
Hey, Platinum. Let's go. Yeah, still having that bug with the... Hopefully they get this bug for the wood or the GCI fixed. Hopefully. Anyways, we got that completed, so still love this view. This view turned out pretty cool. I know I kind of go the lazy route, just like, oh, I just need to plop down one more ride. But hey, it worked. All right. Yeah, it's annoying. I'm sure it will get fixed, though. I think it happens when you have angles of 30 degrees or beyond. It won't, for some reason, doesn't do the auto-generated supports. Alright, we have platinums on Chapter 1. We only need 4 more medals to unlock. And so if we do Summit Awesome and get all 4 of those, we'll unlock the next chapter, which is Chapter 3, which I haven't even seen these biomes or these, you know, scenarios yet, so really excited for that. Trying to get all these done. Summit Awesome, this is the one that we saw in one of the deep dives, which is pretty cool. So let's do it. we go.
Just smell that mountain air. Smells like opportunity. You see, I bought one.
This one's cool.
Agent just threw in the other one for free. I couldn't believe my luck. Of course, I paid twice the asking price for the first one anyway. Who wouldn't want a mountain theme park?
All right.
Look at me putting real estate before pleasantries. Hey there, I'm Hank, the new intern for acquisitions at Coast to Coast. Basically, I'm in the land business. Finding it, buying it, standing on it. I do it all.
Hey guys, house. Oh,
It's Brad.
we are way up right now. I thought you said you bought land for a park, Hank.
You're looking at it. Both of it. Them. The land, I mean. Lands. We own both mountains.
The two sides? But they're not connected.
Everything's connected, Brad, except these two peaks, you're right. The agent made it seem like one heck of a deal, though. He didn't seem like the lying type to me.
Deal or not, mountainside theme park sounds wicked. We'll make it work. Let's do this.
You just gotta build a bridge. Summit awesome. Two unconnected peaks might not seem like a wise location for a park, because it isn't. But Hank is certain that this place is prime real estate. Maybe it's the amazing views, potential for thrilling coasters, or even the rush of a steep challenge. Ha, see what they did there? Fortunately, it's probably just the free pen the agent gave him. Either way, put your engineering ingenuity to the test and make these mountains a peak holiday spot. Alright, so this is still one of the coolest biomes out there. Because you're like on a mountaintop. Pretty cool. So we need to have 4 flat rides and set to open. This one has the really cool, obvious Oblivion-inspired coaster. B&M dive coaster that goes into the little cool little hole here. It's a pretty solid layout too. What's the GCI bug? So basically the GCI coaster isn't generating its supports properly. So like if you do an angle greater than 30 degrees or greater, the supports don't generate. And it has no supports. It's a little bit of annoying, so. Alright, let's see what the objectives are. For this, we can do one by one right here, but I want to see what all of them are. So we need to do 4 flat rides and build a new coaster. With a drop of at least 147.6 feet, so it's got to be pretty tall, too. The shuttle is bugged. Only use it as shuttle mode, or it will eventually strand people. I think we have to use it as shuttle mode anyways, so like if we have to put the other side over here. Wow. But Collider. Neat little entrance sign. Too bad they didn't put railings on their platforms here. Let's go ahead and do that. Looks like it's the darker than that. That's the one. We're gonna give these railings just because it's bugging me. There we go. That's the first thing we're gonna do. Alright, we need to do 4 flat rides. That's quite a few flat rides. And then we also have to build a coaster. Do we already own this side? Yeah, we do own this, right? Don't look down. So maybe we could build the coaster on this side because it's got to be pretty big. I mean, we got quite a bit of space we could work with over here. It just needs to be tall enough. But we are going to have to do 4 flat rides. I have a feeling we're going to have to do get that rating of 4.5. That seems to be a trend on everyone. Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum. Do we want to use any of these blueprints? That's the mythology cube. Monsoon chute. This is the mythology. Oh, there's 2 mythology themed cubes. Ooh. You know what would be really cool? I'm thinking Glenwood Caverns here. Kind of. I want to do an SNS Scream and Swing that goes off the edge. That's gonna be our first ride we build. I think it's a great idea. It's that one tree that we can't move. It's okay, we should have enough room here. Only reason I know is because when I did it to me and the chairlift, and suddenly they were no longer stuck, but it would ride the shuttle. I removed the chairlift and changed it to shuttle mode. Worked after that. I keep getting guests I can't find park interest and went leave messages. When I check the guests, it can clearly leave the park. It's really annoying. Usually it happens happened for me when I had a lazy river, because so many guests would get crowded and then they think they're lost for just for a moment, and then they're fine by the time I click on them. That's usually what I've had happen. Okay, I don't think we have it yet, so we're gonna have to research it probably. Hopefully it's not too far down, and hopefully... Oh, we can't research these. Oh no! We might not be able to do that. I forgot. It's all the way down here in Chapter 4. Because we're still in Chapter 1. We can't go past Chapter 1 in this. It's lame. Not a big fan that you can't research past that. Kind of annoying, actually, that I can't do these rides, you know? Yeah, I can't do anything. Is there something else that we could do that would be really cool for the edge? Do a pirate ship that goes over the edge. Or a Ferris wheel would also be kind of cool. Yeah, that's Glenwood Caverns. They have the one-armed one. It's a smaller version. What is a good ride that would be cool? That we could do a similar effect with. I think a shot tower would be really nice. We don't really have something that swings besides the Iron Claw and Upswing. We could put a Chaeroplane on the edge. That could be a move. Cannot build here. Do I have to build behind that line? It says we own here. Own that. Darn. I want to build on that ledge. It should let me build on the ledge. Cannot build here. Why not? We're gonna get as close as possible. That's all I know. Spot is obstructed by nothing. You were literally not red a second ago. What? How would it let me put it there? That doesn't even make sense. What the heck was that? One in chapter 2 is the one-arm version. It's not really, no. That's not really the same thing. Lapping mode doesn't work right now. I mean, I never really hardly use it, so... Yes, I want it fixed as well, but I mean, I really don't use it that much, so... Thing is, we can't get that because it is right there. Is that really like the Scream and Swing? Is that what it is? Sweet. I didn't realize that. But we can't even use it because we're in chapter 1. What if I go and unlock it in chapter 2? Like if I go to chapter 2 build and research it there, would that work? It actually got me curious. Let's save here. Awesome. We're gonna try something here.
Do you have some?
I don't know if it'll work because we do have chapter 2 available to us. Well, I know it's good for a lot of that stuff in general, but I usually don't use it that much. So if I go to, like, say, Building the Bifrost, which is a Chapter 2 park, I should, in theory, have access to Chapter 2 research, right? Trying to figure out how this works. So if we go to flat rides, we do have the option, and we have enough. So if I go ahead and do that, will we have that ride? Go ahead and save this just to be safe. Will that now be available in my Chapter 1 park? Alright, we'll continue here and see if it's now unlocked. If it is, that would work. it did work. We have it now. That's such a weird rule. Like, I have to go to a different park just to research it? That is kind of weird. Alright, you know what we're doing now. Cannot build here. I mean, we're still within the range. Is it because of the... Probably because of the terrain. Let's flatten it out from here. I've never actually built this yet. Gosh dang it. But why? Why can't I build there? We're inside the thing. Why do I have to go so far back? What do you mean? I think there's somewhat of a glitch, like the old platform stays and it won't let you... Why does it have to be that far back? It won't let me go over the... I know what it is. It's like wherever it extends. See, like, even though it has to have enough space, the arm can't extend past the barrier. I bet that's what it is. Which is really lame, if you ask me. That's kind of disappointing that you can't push that forward. I wonder if we can edit the terrain further. Nope, that is gonna stay there. We can't edit the edge. That's obnoxious. What's annoying is, if you do park expansion, it shows that we own this part of land. You just can't build anything in it, that's what it is. No rides, no nothing there. Man, that's lame. Like, this is the closest I can get it to the edge. I figured it was going to do that with the terrain, though. Like, save it in sandbox. Wonder if we can build that in sandbox. I'm curious. Let's try it. Alright, we're gonna export it to sandbox and see if it's possible in sandbox. The deep dive, they did not do that, but I don't know where you're getting that. They did not build a coaster that went over the edge in the deep dive. That is something they did not do. Alright, let's export this to sandbox. Here's the sandbox version. Let's see what we can do in sandbox. I don't know if it'll allow us in sandbox, but it will probably not, because that's still the park barrier. But there's nothing locked saying we can't build, like in there. Aha, we can. Let's go. How close? We can make it go over the edge if we want to. I wish we could do that in the scenario. Man. We should be able to do that in the scenario. Man, that's a little bit lame. It's great that you can do it in Sandbox, though. Like, imagine doing this and then going back. Oh, that would be terrifying in real life. Man, I'm sad we can't do that in the actual build. That's so cool, though. Ah, that sucks. I was gonna say, you could do it in Sandbox mode. I could build a freaking coaster going off the edge if I wanted to. If I wanted to do a dive coaster. That's just ridiculous. Could we make it up to the other side? I got it. Once we have load and unload stations in the game, which is coming in the December update, this would be a perfect way to get from one spot to the other. It'd be so fun. Don't look down. Could you imagine doing this though? Whee! Support's going on there. Anyways, all right, let's get back to the not sandbox. We were just in sandbox. Let's get back to the career mode and the actual campaign with it. It's really lame that you can't build that like that. There's no reason. There's no reason why they wouldn't allow that. You know what I'm saying? Like they should allow that. They really should. Oh, I forgot it does this. So it loads you in Sandbox. If you export it to Sandbox, it loads you in Sandbox when you hit continue on the thing. You either have to delete the Sandbox or manually load the other one. I don't know why it's a little bit of a bug. Or kind of a bug, like if you export it to Sandbox, when you click continue, it's going to continue that one instead. I mean, I guess it just does the last one, so if you loaded the other one up, it'd probably be on continue again, but anyways. 50 feet in the air into my pool, and they're queuing up to go on it. So you built a flume in Sandbox that drops gas from 50 feet in the air into my pool, and then they were... Oh yeah, that's pretty big though. Alright, we'll still use this. It's not as cool, but we're still gonna do it. Not as cool. But you know what? We'll make it work. We're still gonna use it. Stop trying to attach to that. that out so we can make a proper pathway to over here. Queue line. Got that connected, but we do need to get more power to it, so we got this. I need to do a power distributor. It's just outside the line. Imagine that. That's alright. I have to get the Q scenery rating back up. It's pretty low prestige. We'll go ahead and open it up. That's our first flat ride of this, but we are going to try and get the prestige up by adding more scenery around. Honestly, that's how you're going to get, most of the scenarios seem to have reach the 4.5 rating. Why is this being done? Screaming Banshee. Why are you yelling that? What about a screaming Banshee? Are you talking about the scream on Banshee's lift hill? Ride name? Oh, you wanted me to name it that. Should we theme it up a little bit then? If that's the case. Oh, stop that. I hate that. Stop it. Stop trying to attach to something that's not even there. Be right back.
Top right and bottom left square that are connected.
Wish we could go over the edge, like in sandbox mode. Let's see why it doesn't allow us to build down there. Make it so much cooler of a. We're gonna wait till it's right there. Okay, we'll pause. I guess we'll use my space bar instead. I want to see our clearance here with the Q.
Okay, do you have a 3x3?
here?
which ones that I need you to step on, essentially. So it's gonna be
Just some generic stuff, you
I'm
know.
gonna just explain it to you now, so that when we get to there, we can do it quickly. It'll be blank, fill, 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 blank, fill, blank, fill, blank.
That's
So
too
it's
low.
like a checkerboard almost, with the
Blah.
middle empty, and then the top right will be filled. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna tell you.
I like
which ones to
using
lay
these canopies for
Black
easy cue
plus
covers.
L checkerboard. Purple. Square with missing top corner and bottom corner. Checkerboard. I. C. Minecraft base.
You stop clicking on that when I'm not obviously clicking on that. Like with the scenery rating, or I keep getting it. I had lots of scenery items around my ride, and it's all dark blue in the E-map, but the rating says 0%.
The corners.
Slightly, but it's. I think if you close a ride and then reopen it, it resets. I've had that work before.
Okay, you have to do mine now.
We're up to 20%, which still is pretty bad. More than that. Those are the two colors we're really going to use. Blues and purples. What other patterns do we have that would work better, maybe, too? Dum-ba-dum.
Okay. Your last one will be the same.
I haven't really messed with these that much, but it's still a really cool feature to be able to change your patterns on here.
Full square. Rocket ship. Checkerboard.
Yeah, it's all about Park Studio. They were very salty with Planet Coaster 2.
Pause equals C. Finger face. Squares connected top.
It was very, much, a lot of blaming on Planet Coaster, which, I mean, yes, there's competition, but really, like, I don't think you can really compete with Frontier when it comes to competition like that. It's unfortunate, and I wish I would have done better. They asked me to do more videos on it to promote it more, but, like, my focus has been on Planet Coaster 2, unfortunately. Hopefully they'll be able to do something with it in the future someday, but I don't think he ruled that out completely. I kind of saw it coming, though. Like, there was no way I was going to compete with this game. I mean, it was looking like a pretty cool game, but it would have taken forever for that game to get to where we would want it, you know. Planet Coaster 2's been under development for a long time now, so it's probably... There's just more to do in this game. The problem with Park Studio was it was so early in development that there just wasn't a lot to do, so of course Planet Coaster 2 is going to be more popular. Up to 27%. I'd like to get it over 50, but man, I'm not sure what I'd have to be able to do to get it there. It sucks that it accounts for the arm going over the line instead of the actual base of the ride. It's a pretty big reason why I wouldn't let us do that. We're gonna do the scenery brush. We're gonna try and maybe do some rocks. Get some rocks sitting on there. Tropical rocks. We want. Let's do the taiga. Kind of the mossy rocks. Ooh, that put it all the way up to 100. Nice. Trying to boost some of these ratings, like attraction and prestige and stuff. Does this one have a good rating? It's only up. That one's only up 40%? Really? I feel bad because I did want Park Studio to do really well. And it was a thing that I was actually looking at very heavily before Planet Coaster 2 was announced. Because I was like, man, maybe this is where we should go with theme park simulation, you know? You know, there's no word on Planet Coaster 2, so maybe this is the thing, you know? But unfortunately, for them, I think a Ferris wheel would also do really well. It would also give us a gentler ride experience. That'd be a really cool view for them. Yeah, I might move the exit. Entrance here and the exit. Move these around. Da, 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 da. Try and get these off the pathway here. We're gonna try and share this scenery. That way, it also helps with the scenery rating for our big wheel here as well. See? Big brain. Use it for 2 rides. Yep. It's already to 39%. RQ. We're gonna do this one with on. Do just a bit of a switchback. It actually did a square thing out there. That's interesting. Why are you trying to do that? Just go in there. Stop making it weird, man. Alright, we're gonna change the color of this to try and make it look a little bit close, match the vibes over here. Like the purples and stuff like that. Purples and grays. Still see Alright, we could add some scenery to this. Maybe. Maybe if we went to centerpieces? I do just randomly on there. Huh, why not?
Yeah.
Potato. So is this gonna spin with it if I put it on here? So does this spin? No it doesn't. Not right there anyways, and I did not center that. I think that's all we're gonna do for that, so let's go ahead and open it up. Usually rock work like does a ton for scenery rating, so we're gonna do that for like its base here. Like rock's just the way to go when it comes to like scenery and your scenery rating and stuff. Like you gotta go rocks. You just gotta. And some foliage in there. Make it look nice. Alright, we'll also add a canopy on this queue as well. never did do the experiment that I wanted to do for like Q gates and stuff. Alright, we're up to 74%. Pretty solid. In the positive, anyways. I'm telling you, man, rocks are the way to go. Rock work just skyrockets that thing up. Like, skyrockets your scenery rating up. I'm just doing everything I can. You want to have a lot of good scenery anyways, because getting your scenery rating up will get your park rating up higher, which in the end, like, almost, it seems like all of the scenarios makes you want to have 4.5 park rating. Seems to try and get you to that spot anyways. So that's kind of what we're going with. Still wish it would let us go over the edge, though. Kind of a missed opportunity. Alright, let's put in some benches and bins over here. So we're good to go on that. Ba-ba-bum. Wait, do we have any staff right now? Okay, we do. Only one mechanic, though, so we're gonna add a mechanic. Don't want this degrading, by the way, so let's get a mechanic over there stat. I think that was the only ride here. Now we have 3 rides, so... And we still need to add 2 more flat rides. Think about adding it over on this side of the cliff next now. Alright, so that scenery rating's at 100. That one's at 100. So those prestiges are going up really high. This one's only at 41%. That's crazy with everything that's around it right now. Surprised it's not higher. But I think we're going to add a roof to it. We can't edit the building? That's so random that it won't let us edit that. Would it allow us to... What are you doing? Why are we up there? We can add on to it, though. I feel like this is the way to go for this station in particular. But like, why wouldn't this have a cover? I would have a cover on this. Oh, there's the flat piece. There is a flat piece. But this will also help with our scenery rating. Potato. Potato. Arch extension. What else has arch extension? I was hoping maybe the panel wall may have. Alright, plaster does. That works. This ride has music. Alright, let's go to the panel roofing. It's not the same angle. Oh no. I was thinking that it was. Wall poop. Assuming it's one of these, though. That's gonna have to be it. Just saying, that's gotta be it. Potato. Right. I just know we gotta make that a little higher for that to really work. Nice. All right. Hope you all have had a wonderful Wednesday. How's everyone been doing? It's like y'all are pretty quiet in chat, so just making sure everyone's doing good. Alright, let's go ahead and some of these for extra lighting. Potato. I wonder if they'll reveal to us what they actually say. Imagine it's not potato. Alright, we're up to 54% now. Better, but still kind of on the lower end. What are we charging for park admission? Nothing? No, we're doing full price because we're... Wait, no. We've been charging for rides, haven't we? I think we had been charging for rides. We were. Yeah. That's what it was. Download from playing a coaster. Got recreations planned for Planet Coaster 2. I have some ideas. I'm kind of just waiting at this at right now for some more stuff to come out, I guess you could say. But we'll see. Remember Members of Dollywood from Planet Coaster 1 streams? Yeah, I would love to do Dollywood, but I don't have all the assets I need for that just yet. I just don't think I do. Well, maybe like Fire Chaser Express would be kind of hard. We almost have everything we need for that, but like I couldn't make it work. I don't think it's possible to make that functional in Planet Coaster, so. Have the right to remain silent. I mean, you do. You just, everyone's just quiet, you know? Give us a shop to sell potatoes to make them happier. They're obviously shouting for potatoes, so yeah. Anyways, I think a cherry plane would be cool to have near the edge. It's at least a somewhat decent on location of that. Why are we sunk so far into the ground? Come on. Get us out of there. Alright, we're only at 12% there. Rest assured, we're gonna get that up. What is this? Like... What is this doing to me, man? Alright, hold on. We're gonna redo all this. Come on. I want to delete. We're gonna delete all that. We're gonna raise that terrain up. This one will go up just for that. I'll have a unique entrance right there. Why not? We should be charging for that ride, just saying. Why is it free? Alright, that's 3 of 4. We do have to do one more flat ride, which we will do. We also have to build a coaster, and that's just for bronze. We use the scenery brush for the queue of the dive to get the scenery rating up. Yeah, we'll do some more scenery brushes. Rocks. Rocks are the way to go.
2.
Rocks, rocks, rocks. That's how you get those scenery ratings up. I don't want to put anything there. That's weird. Very strange. But whatever. We'll make like a rock entranceway. Because again, rocks are the way to go to get the scenery rating up. They boost scenery rating more than, it seems, more than anything else in the game. Make sure that, and then like the moss ones too. Mossy rocks. Which do look pretty good. No, don't attach to... Someone just yelled potato while they're riding. Did you hear that? Potato! Potato. Very excited for increased guests. I hadn't gotten to 6,000 yet. I haven't even gotten to 4,000. The most I've gotten in one park is like 3,800 so far. Like I haven't been able to get much past that. I want to break the game. Fair enough, I guess. Alright, align to surface off. Add to building off. So it leaves me alone with that. It keeps trying to snap to the freaking ride for some reason when I don't want it to. Alright, while we're at it, we'll add some foliage over here by this queue line to maybe kind of boost the queue of Collider here, which is the dive coaster. Put in some nice trees. Potato. Alright. Should probably check to see where we're at on scenery rating right now, but I'm just on a roll, so I'm just kind of spamming everything I can do right now. Just everything right now. Just everything. Everything's getting spammed. Oh yeah, we need rocks over here. That will help. Just thought about that. Like, rocks boost so much scenery and the ratings. Just rocks. Rocks, rocks, rocks. Just have piles of rocks everywhere. And people will think you're like Disney level theming. Like, you just do a pile of rocks, it immediately boosts your rating. Remember, this was at like 54 last time. What is it now? 56. What is this up to? 72. We can do better than that. Alright, we're going to try and stay uniform with what they've already set up for us. Some lampposts here. Along our new path. Bum 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 bum. Alright, we're gonna kind of continue to use this canopy here. Give us some extra cheap scenery rating. Up to 76 now. Change the colors of this, by the way, because we haven't done that yet, to have kind of the same colors as everything else. There we go. Trying to keep the same vibes as the rest of the park. Potato, potato. More potatoes. We haven't even gotten to the other side yet. I'm gonna try and keep that for more stuff later on. It's a very specific coaster preference there. Hopefully we can fit that over here, though. Where's our barrier? Yeah, right here. So I'm going to use this space over here for that, if we can. And maybe have the station over here. Have a lift hill big enough to get us a big enough drop. But in the meantime, we need one more flat ride, which we have perfect spot right here for another one. Another swinging flat ride we could do is the Behemoth swing. This thing's pretty big. If we can get it to fit. Yeah, it cannot build here. Even though it would be too cool. That's a little big. Let's see if we can maybe find something a little smaller. We got Hyperspin, a Monsoon Shoot, Monteleone, Resurgence. You know, a Skywatcher Tower would be kind of cool, especially in a place like this. Intersecting terrain. Can I fix my path here? I'm just gonna pull it to the ride. There we go. That works. And connect that there. See if we can hide that away. Yeah. Create a nice queue for that. See what kind of view we get on this, because this is super tall, by the way. I feel like an observation tower would be perfect for a park like this, though, so we're going to go with it. Plus, it gives us another nice, gentle ride. I haven't actually really rode these before in the game. This is a better view. How high are we going? It's like a 300+ foot tall tower, too. Can't adjust the heights in the game, so. Man, I wish that was something they'd bring to this game. Since they were starting to do it in Planet Coaster 1. Are we there yet? Oh, we're at the top. This is for the top view right here. 4,000 feet. And drop. Skywatcher. Man, we're only at 9% on the scenery rating for this ride. Height of the tower, height of the mountain. Yeah, we're probably at 4,000. Something like that. Oh gosh, I just flipped to the bottom. Did you see that? That was funny. Potato. Higher intensity. Potato. Da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Alright, we got it up to 31. Alright, it's rock time. Rock time. What? From 9 to 31, I mean, we did place quite a few rocks down there, so... Alright, we are gonna have to build a coaster too. Ricola. Ricola. We do have a 2.4 rating already, so I think that's pretty good for not even getting bronze yet. We are getting more attractions in the park. Because all that was in here was a dive coaster. Which is not much, if we're gonna be honest. Dun, 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 dun. Dum ba dum ba dum. 63, 67. All right. You know what? We still need to put canopy on here too. Potato. Typically, I like to get, at the very least, in the 70s on scenery rating. Nice shading, though. Keep our gas out of that horrific sun, you know? There we go, we're at 72 now. Alright, we do have to build a coaster now. There seem to be a lot of color options here. Monorail is incomplete. I would have never guessed. Let's see, everyone's condition is doing okay. Everything's at least 90 plus, so that's good to see. Alright, so we need a coaster with a pretty good sized drop. That's what we're gonna need to do next. But yeah, we got a nice little park going in here. I don't even think there's any like facilities or food stands in this park though. Ride attendants. Keep the rides open. If the rides are closed, we're not making money. Where's the park barrier over here? I see right there. Alright, what coasters should we do that has a big enough drop? fit something like a hyper in. That'd be pretty big. Doesn't have to be 200 feet or anything like that. Just a large coaster. An Exicus. Anybody have problems getting guests to use your facilities? Not really facilities. Riding rides, yes. What coasters do we have over here that are ready to be researched? The Multiverse coaster. The Intamin Giga model. And then these suspended coasters. I feel like the best one that would work here is either a Aero Classic Looper or like a B&M Floorless. I know we just built a B&M Floorless in the last one, but I feel like that'd be the best option here. There's gonna be a V&N. It's V&N here. Could cheat a little bit here and have the station already raised quite a bit. Gotta angle our lift hill properly here. Let's go ahead and edit mode. Let's get that set up there. Alright, now you guys are going to kind of see my new smoothing method. You're going to see it for the first time. We're going to go just a tad bit steeper than 30 so we can get our height that we need. We need a 140 plus foot drop. So I think we're going to need to get to at least around the 160 range to give us some room here for our drop to be where we need it. Is it 4 meter? Not exactly. I feel like the best option would just to make the drop right off the bat here with where we're sitting at. I know not many Floorless coasters have straight drops right out off the lift hill. I did it on the last one too. Okay, we're at 167, so we need to get down. We can't be much higher than 20 feet at the bottom. So our drop has to be pretty big here. Because the drop has to be pretty big. Alright, surely that's big enough. That's a pretty big drop. As for like straight sections, really you can just spam the smooth tool. You don't have to do anything crazy there. Alright, we got it down to 4 feet, so That should be plenty big enough for our requirements of 147.6 foot drop. That's very specific. Very specific. Maybon keeps playing the sun. Alright, anyways. Nice. Alright. Oh, I gotta remember, I only have so much money. Alright, I'm gonna be right back, guys, just for a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. But I'll be right back. In the meantime, why don't you guys ride something that people are actually riding? Here, you can watch this. You can get the great views of the park while you wait. Be right back. welcome back. I kept y'all in suspense. Alright. Let's get back into this. Add a coaster. Let's see, what should we do here to start? Either an Immelman, maybe an Immelman, or a dive loop. Whatever it is, it's going to be a very big since we're coming off a 167-foot tall drop. Anyways, you're going to start to see how my smooth method works. Alright, going to 133, which should give us a pretty good speed, I would think. Then that's like 90. Never been great at dive loops, so that's why I decided to go with it. To go with the dive loops, because I want to get better at them. Slowly. Hopefully the smooth tool will be our friend here. There we go. It's not the greatest shaping, but maybe we can fix it. Okay, making it a little bit larger. Honestly, just taking all of this. Go one smooth, spam it. Take the exit side. Shape that up. and then honestly, we'll just take the whole thing. Go all the way up to 4 strength. See how that shaping looks. Kind of a weird dive loop. Kind of unique. So, I mean, it's fine, I guess, but kind of a weird dive loop. Probably should test that, though, to make sure it's good. But you can kind of see we do have... I may have gotten rid of it a little bit, but... Because I did this weird, like, slight turn coming out of it. If we would have banked to the other way and did it the other way, it would probably make it a little bit more the way most dive loops are, I guess you could say. In fact, I might switch it to that because this is kind of weird. So we're gonna do something different here. We're gonna go other direction instead. So we're going to do our banking first. Go down to 45 here. And honestly, we can probably go down to 0 as we hit the 180. And our 0. This can probably be a little bit of a bigger piece. Let's see, we go about 75. We want to get a good shape here. We can kind of go back and work on the shaping a little bit. If we go to the edit mode and then pull this up a little bit. Pull that this one up a little bit. Kind of get that shaping we want. That looks a little bit more like what a dive loop would be, I suppose. So let's go ahead and smooth that out. Keep an eye on it because we wanted to try and keep our heart lining if we can. Smooth all the different aspects here. All the transitions from like the drop. Make sure that stays smooth. So like the transition here. Nope, no banking offset with what I use. I've been experimenting and I've actually not been using banking offset lately. It's what I've been experimenting with. I've been creating the offset kind of manually myself, if that makes sense. It's still an experimental piece, so I'm not ready to like say this is my definitive way to smooth coasters yet. But you can see See how we go slightly over to the left there to kind of do the heart line? Kind of do the heart line myself by using the left and right pieces. So basically, what I do, to kind of show an example here, is before I go into a bank, say if I'm going to the right, we're going to bank, we're going to turn the track left between 10 and, I've been doing between 10 and 15 degrees, I've been kind of messing with that. So we'll do that first, go back the same amount, and actually start to bank it. And you can see that's going to give us that shape, that heart lining shape that we want. So if I go like, and do this, you can kind of see how it goes over to the left slightly to kind of give that heart lining shape. And then when we go back and smooth it, just do smooth strength 1, and we'll kind of do that a little bit. Turn right to go left, kind of, in a way. But you want to kind of overdo it when you start to do that a little bit, and it will give you that, you kind of see that heart line shape that we go for there. That's what I've been doing lately, instead of relying on the banking offset, because the banking offset, look at the water coming off of that track. That's amazing. Anyways, that's kind of what I've been experimenting with. I wouldn't say it's perfect yet. I'm still kind of experimenting with it, with this method. But it's definitely something no one else is doing. Everyone's using the banking offset. And I've been practicing. We're going to do a 0G roll here, and that's what I've actually started, or where I'm going to practice, or did most of it on, was the first element that I kind of did was a 0G roll. So we're going to try and do it here. My skills to the test. So for instance, we're going to make our pieces a little longer. 23 feet's a good one. We're going to go 15 degrees, and then go back 15 degrees. Start our banking just slightly. And then we're going to go to 0. Get to our 90 degrees here. And go down to about 20. If I did that right, hold on. I gotta get the steps right. So 15. That way, then 15 back this way. This was the 90. Which would put us at 20 degrees here. Then we go to 0 for the 180. Section. Also 0 there. Might need to make this a lot bigger. 75 feet's gonna be pretty fast. 90, 20, and then to the 10, and also 40. Zero and back to 15 here, and 0. Decent at shaping Planko 1, but then I watched Debbie's video on shaping in Planko 2 just cause. Gotcha. Alright, I hope I did that right. But you kind of see that shape. That 0G roll. kind of see that, right? All right, we're gonna actually pull this up quite a bit. I don't think we made this tall enough, to be honest. We're gonna make this taller. So to do that, we're gonna use much bigger shapes or pieces here. We're gonna go 30, about 40 degrees. I'll go 45 there. Now we can start our 0G roll. Okay, so we're gonna go 15 degrees to the left here. And also bank it about 10 degrees. 15 degrees back to the right, which will put us at 90. And then go halfway, so 30. We'll go about 23 degrees. Go to 0% here. 180 and 0. 108 should be about good. Alright, we'll do this and then back to 28. 27, 28. Right? Is that what it was? Half of 45. Yeah, around right here. So then we'll go back to 10% and 15 over here. The banking goes back to 0. This goes 15 over back this way. Except I forgot to go back to 45. Now 15 back this way. This goes to 0. And boom. That's basically it. And then this stays at 0 because we're now back where we want to be. 30, 20, 10, 0. And there's our 0G roll. Anyways. It is a little finicky because it does try to mess up the roll sometimes, but honestly it's fine because sometimes you don't even have to smooth out the top of the roll for it to be smooth. So we're going to go to edit mode. I usually kind of smooth out each side first, leading into the roll. It doesn't even do much, like it's pretty smooth without even doing anything. So if you look at this, and then we can actually smooth the whole thing sometimes, as long as it doesn't mess up the top part of the roll. Which it looks like it's not going to this time. It just depends on, honestly. We're gonna go 4. Click done. Look at that. You can see it does have that heart lining to it. See how it kind of leads to the left before it bends at the top. Pretty good shaping. At least I think so. I love the raindrops on that. So good. But honestly, we haven't even tested out this first element, the dive loop. So we probably should test these out. These are some really big elements, by the way. Made them very large. Alright, riding in the rain. Let's go. Did they improve the rain quality? It just looks better. Look at the dark clouds. I think they improved it. It looks a little bit different and improved. The quality of it. The raindrops on everything seems to be updated. Maybe it's just me, but it just appears that way. Here we go.
Yeah.
Hopefully this turns out really smooth. The dive loop looking pretty decent. Maybe a couple spots that could use some work. 0G roll. Ooh. That's nice. 0G roll turned out really good. I am proud of that. The dive loop could use a little touch of smoothing, I think, in some spots. It wasn't bad by any means, but I feel like it could use a little bit of a touch up. Alright, it did make some moves there, so. Look at that rain. Any guests are hungry. Yes, they are. Any guests are thirsty. How long is it gonna rain for? For a few hours at least. Alright, let's go front bumper view. There you go. In the rain. That dive loop, lots better that time. 0G roll. That is pretty good. Pretty darn good. I wish the clouds, like, covered the entire sky, though. Like, completely cloudy. But mainly, I wanted to see what this looks like off-ride. Go. Goes through that element pretty fast. That was the thing of beauty, though. Alright. However, we're in an interesting spot here, because now we're headed straight to the park over here. Reason why I didn't want that to fly off, because it would go directly onto that pathway where the guests are. And we had to keep our guests happy, so we don't want to fling them everywhere. That would probably be frowned upon. But we might be able to soar above the paths here a little bit. We do have a lot of speed here as well. Alright, we're gonna turn right to go left.
teasing him.
Some heavy banking here. Alright, I think we're gonna go around here, maybe do an Immelman, and then come up and end the ride, mostly because I don't think we need to create like a super long ride, and we don't want to use up all of our fun money here, so. Here. Do our turn right to go left method.
What?
So many trees in our way, I can't see what I'm building. Alright, let's smooth out all this. It's okay if it's not great, because it's not, but... Just smooth out this entire turnaround. Kind of get an idea of what the shaping's gonna look like. like a
Saves cows up.
nice heavily banked turn there. Bum, bum, bum,
Oh
bum.
no! Did you guys have to go too
Alright, Topper, do you want to do the shorter piece?
You're an excavator?
Let's go 45 degrees maybe
Yeah.
here.
Oh, if you look, if you look above the portals, they'll have like little tally marks of when to return.
Turn right to go left. Alright, hopefully the smooth. Oh gosh, the barrier's right there. No matter, we will just reroute a little bit here. Smooth out the bottom here. Smooth out the main part of the element to the top. Smooth out the exit. And we'll just grab all of it.
Yay!
Dun, 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 dun. Bum, bum,
Yeah.
dun, 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 dun. All right. We are connected now. Curious of what the scenery rating will be right off the bat. I know it's probably not high, but if we can get, if it's at least at 20% to start, that would be pretty good. Wow. Now I know it's a short layout, but the purpose of it was to get that big drop. To win over that, and honestly, it's not going to matter that much, so. Alright, block sectioned. We'll run 2 trains on this ride. And let's go ahead and test it. And see how we did. I'm gonna go front bumper though. I like that nice centered ride right in front of the track. Here we go. Whee! It's pretty fast paced through these elements too. Going to our turnaround. And our Immelman. Which is our finale of the ride, which is kind of interesting. And brake run. I just realized I didn't make a very long brake run, and I probably need to make those a little bit more forceful. Since we don't have a very long brake run here. Target speed 8, acceleration rate, we're going to go all the way up to 39 on that. Alright, and then while that goes through its layout, let's go ahead and change the colors. I'm going to give it a dark purple. With gray, dark gray supports. I feel like that'd be a good vibe for this park. Ba-dum-bum. Still coming down with the rain. Still didn't slow down as much as I would want it to. Which is crazy. Gonna bump it up even more. But we are gonna go ahead and place our entrance and exit. Guess can't reach Floorless Coaster 1. That's because I am not done with it yet. What the test results were. Max speed of 68.3 miles per hour. Biggest drop is 154.7 feet, which it does meet the criteria for our objective. What the heck? What are you doing to me here? What was that? Yeah, should have had railings on there. Alright, we could technically open it now. Oh, no we can't. There's no power.
Coasters at this altitude get my heart pounding. I wish there was a pool to dive off into.
I mean, the water below looks pretty crisp and cool. I bet you could slide right down the side here. Woo! We wouldn't need the flume.
I'm not gonna do that, and neither should you, ever. But I'm loving the creativity.
Yay. We got bronze. More flat rides. Alright, let's see what our objectives are for silver. 2 new flat rides. Another coaster with a length of at least 1,968 feet and 0.5 feet of track. Which, honestly, that's not very long. Like, that's pretty short. Like, even this one was 2,500 feet, so, which I would consider pretty short itself, so. So we gotta do another coaster, 2 new flat rides, have guests, and 80% of guests in a good mood. Well, we're at 14%, and complete the ride monorail. So basically, it's about time. It would be about time for us to go into the other side, since this side is actually pretty full right now. I think we've done a pretty good job filling this side in, though. Scenery rating's already at 81. Wow. That's pretty cool. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum. Look at that, though. Now that's a view, especially with the sunset. Wow. That's something right there. And it's raining. Yes, hi, Kylo. Real life video? No, this is a video game. That's awesome, though. I'm gonna take a screenshot. Insane, man. See how that screenshot turned out. Sweet. That turned out really cool. Might post that in the Discord. Amazing. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna save it because I want this to be the thumbnail for the... I think I'm gonna be done with career for right now.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's our save now. That looks so good. So cool. So we're moving on along, and career, we got 3 more medals to unlock. Twisting tracks. Ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Alright, I'll be fine with showing you guys an update on Midwest Adventure. So I've been working on it a little bit here and there. All right. We added Zamperla Nebulas. A little bit extra theming on it. Not a whole lot, but just a little bit. So a little bit of pathway work. We added this Viva la Vegan. So we have one on the other side of the park, in the water park. And of course we added, worked on more of the custom supporting for this GCI. Pretty solid. Yeah, a lot of planters here that we added, and overall just lots of greenery and stuff in the park as well. Eventually gotta build a station for this. You tend to help with crowd control over there. Yeah, there's a lot of crowd issues right now, to say the least. Jittery right there, that's kind of weird. Oh, I guess I got some pieces sticking out of the bottom. I thought I fixed all those. Apparently not. You ready for this, dude? I hope I am. Oh. Whoa. 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 Why is the train stuck up there? What is going on? We gotta run over there and investigate. know. Hopefully just one, but I doubt it. At least get the filter back on by after the next one though. We need crowd control. Crowd control. I drove 8 hours to ride this thing. Oh yeah, well I drove 4. Seriously, why is the train stuck on the lift? That usually doesn't happen in the game. What is happening? Why is the train stuck up there? Where are the other trains? There's 3 trains on this ride. Is it broke? Is it broke down? Hold on. They're stuck. Hold on. Wait a second. That doesn't happen. Is the other train at the bottom? Yeah, it's in the bottom of the drop track. They're just sitting here. The other train is just hanging up. Oh gosh, that's not good. I saw the mechanic. Where'd he go? I seriously don't know what happened to the ride, and since I'm in view only mode, I can't click on it. Uh-oh. It looks like they already evacuated this train, apparently. How does this happen? This isn't... I don't think this is the first time this has actually happened either. Like, it's glitching out. That's so bizarre. At least the water park is nice and slow. Seems like a realistic downtime to me. Yeah, but it never restarts. That's the problem. Like, it's not broken down or even down. Like, it's just not going. It's like, notice how these people are just sitting here like, we've been on this ride for ages, just sitting here. And they're cut off by the doors. There's 2 trains here, one at the bottom of the drop track and one at the top of the drop track. Like, what is happening? Wish I could click on it to see what's going on with it. But since I'm in view mode, I'm not actually in edit mode, so I can't edit anything in the park. But I guess if I went to edit mode, this is probably about to happen if it hadn't already. I'm just confused. Heyo. King Coaster and Queen Splash. Hi, King Coaster. I love King Coaster. Oh, don't fall over. Stop falling over. King Coaster, stop being drunk. This is a family park. He just keeps tipping over. Oh yeah, King Ghoster. I think that was the name, King Ghoster. Please, don't fall. Don't fall. Oh yeah. So funny. There's Queen Splash. There's Queen Splash. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Well, that's not a good sign. There's no person inside, it's not a suit, he's just a creature. Needs more steam train. Yeah, we could use a steam train, couldn't we? We could build one. First I gotta figure out what the heck's going on with this ride. You know what it is? You're right, someone... The switch track is stuck too. Yeah, the switch track is stuck. That's why the train is stopped on the brakes. Or stopped on the last, thing, because the switch track never switched over. Is that a glitch? That's why the train's not moving. Because the switch track never switched over. At least the block sections are working. Because that's supposed to be switched over. That's supposed to be the other track right now. I see what has happened. Must investigate further. New realism function? Well, I mean, it's just it's glitched because there's no fix. They're just stuck forever. Like, it will never move. Like, the ride still shows it's open, the trains are just stuck. I think that's the main problem here. They're stuck because the switch track won't switch back over. That's the problem we're having here. Those poor guests. I mean, at least the block zones work. Right? I kind of want to investigate this further, because that's probably going to happen if we hit edit mode, if it hasn't already, so we can actually look into it. So if we load the game in this way, where we can actually click on the ride, we can kind of investigate this further. Yeah, see, it's already broke down. Not broke down. If we click on it, it's not broken. It's not broken down or nothing. The switch track just didn't switch. The switch track didn't do its thing. It's stuck. Which, I mean, could be a mechanical issue that could happen, but it's not counting it as broken down. I still think that would be cool, though, if we did get realistic breakdowns. Like, you have issues like this, where maybe like a special track piece like this doesn't work properly, and maintenance has to fix it. But that's why the trains are stuck. This one can't go out, because the switch track didn't switch. I'm curious, though, if we call to get it serviced, will that do anything? Like, if we emergency call a mechanic to get there, will it fix the issue? Guess they're actually queuing up and waiting, so. Here he comes. Here he go. Sorry, she. Alright, let's see if this fixes it. Probably not, but we'll see. Okay, yeah, it didn't do anything. You didn't service it well enough. They said what? They never said anything about realistic shutdowns. I don't remember them saying a word about realistic shutdowns, if that's what you're talking about. I never remember them mentioning that. Alright, if we close the ride, that switch track still doesn't switch over. Also interesting is the last train they sent was empty. Why did they send an empty train? Well, that reset it. I wonder if it's a glitch, if it's sitting in here too long after being in a block zone. If it sits here for too long, maybe it glitches this out and it doesn't switch over in time. I wonder if that's a thing. That could be it, because that, you know, that last train was empty. So it probably waited the longest amount of time before it sent a train. So maybe we should change the max weight to like 60 seconds. That way, they won't take too long to send trains out. I think that's why it would be what it is, because they were stacked. The trains were stacked, maybe. At one point, and then like when the last train went through, it had already been waiting there for too long, and the or the switch track didn't switch over. That's my guess. And it could be like a slight glitch or something. It wasn't empty when we dispatched. That's just my educated guess. So maybe if we turn the maximum waiting time down, that way they won't wait a long time to fill a train up. We don't want them waiting. Whoosh. Alright, we're prepping to reopen the ride after a maintenance downtime. Gotta do our test cycles here. Gotta do our maintenance cycles. See if we can get the issue to reoccur. I don't know why this isn't dispatching, though. There it goes. Whee! Interesting. That expedition effort and switch back, instead of dropping it down, it goes straight back. That would be kind of cool. Indeed. So I find it interesting that this piece is not lined up properly. You see that? They didn't get it lined up. I'm struggling to figure out how to operate making a room dark in a building. Are there any settings or tricks for the feature in the game? First off, you have to have a good enough graphics card. So if you don't have an RTX card, you're not going to be able to do it. You also need to make sure, and if you do have an RTX card, make sure your global illumination is turned on, because that is needed. So if you go to your display settings and go down to, is it display? No, it's graphics. Global illumination has to be turned on. So that's what gives you your dark buildings. Now there is a glitch if you're making a very large building. If it is really, really big, it will not go dark. So for instance, make sure global illumination's on. And if it is, and you have an enclosed building, once you go inside, it's pitch dark. Like pitch dark. Now, if you have global illumination turned off, if I turn it off and apply, if I go in here now, it's going to be like Planet Coaster 1. It'll be shaded, but not pitch black. So you have to have global illumination turned on. That's like, makes it so much better. Really need the swing back launches, switch tracks, that would be massive. I think they'll come at some point. I think we're gonna get like an Intamin Blitz and it will have that feature. If you ask me. And if you go in here, you can also grab lights to put in here as well. Of course, these lights don't light it up very much. I've noticed those lights don't do much, but like, even if you have like a small opening, you can even see like it gets pretty dark in here. Regardless. Did you just do it again? Oh no, it's paused. I was like, wait, what? Again? Alright, so anywho. Booster test, because I got something I want to try and see what happens. We might break the game, we might not, I don't know yet. We're just gonna see. Ba-dum bum. Ba-dum ba-dum bum. Dum ba-dum bum bum. Optional catwalk is off. But I guess you have to have one for this. Dun-dun-dun. Trying to think here. See, I wish we could continue it the other way. Because how cool would it be to have kind of like a fire chase or express effect where you could like launch it here and then connect the last piece when you're going backwards later right here, and then it goes back into the station. That'd be cool. Trying to think. Really trying to think here. Thinking hurts my head. Okay, so let's say this would make us go backwards. Let's use only angle snap. If I was to use another switch track. This one. This would send us back forwards. I'm gonna try and see what happens here. Will it not let me add on to this one? Oh, I thought I was in edit mode. Come on. You know you want to. Scrapper Ghost that you said was too long with the launch and lift. I definitely want to turn it into an Intimate Blitz if they added that. I mean, you can, because I have an Intimate Blitz blueprint. It's on the workshop. All it is the mock it's the mock coaster dressed up to look like the Intimate Blitz. This is obviously kind of modeled after Velocicoaster. Turned out really cool. So if you're looking for like the new gen Intimate Blitz trains, these are a cool option to for now until we get the actual one, you know. But pretty cool. Downloaded a few of those. We also have the old gen Blitz too. We also made this one. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Anyways, I was trying to mess with this to see if I could get it to do something funky, but it's not gonna work, it looks like. Inverted boomerang. Can you do something besides boomerang, or does it have to be boomerang? Boomerang stuff only. Antique water coaster. Giovanni. VNN. Zephyr. Automax. Jerry St. Laur. Premium Rides. Big M Rides. FNF International. Jerry St. Laur. Vector. Dart Kinetics. Oh man. Movement Construction. Not have like the straight section? Do you have to make it twisty? That's interesting. I have noticed on the boomerangs that they actually angle now properly. You do. The Cobra rolls here. It actually isn't straight at the end now. So if you line it up properly, you could do that. Do the loop. And then, if you get it right, you could get that angled with the other one, and it'd be perfect. But you gotta get it right. And then that, and that, and that, and that. Not too far. Dun. Why is that such a long piece? Alexa, stop. Oh, close. Maybe if we did the other loop. That led the other way. That would make it a little closer. Stop adding on to it. That's not what I did. Yeah, they made it to where the corporal is actually angled, so like you can actually make, if you spend time on it correctly, actually do proper boomerangs now. Pretty cool. Anyways, I wanted to do that quick test, but it was debunked pretty quickly, so. Anyways, alright guys, I think I'm gonna head off for now. I gotta work in the tomorrow. Not in the morning, but tomorrow, so hope you guys enjoyed. Hope you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you guys so much for joining me tonight on the stream. So we'll see you guys very, very soon with more and more in Planet Coaster 2. So if you guys haven't subscribed already, be sure to do so, because we're going to be we do a lot of Planet Coaster 2 around here. Lots and lots of content. So hope you guys enjoyed. So we'll see you guys in the next live stream or video, whatever it may be, guys. Thanks so much for being here, guys. Appreciate you so much. And I'll see you then. So have a great day and a cool tomorrow. Thanks. And goodbye.